Good morning to our guests that are here, my colleagues. Good morning. And we do have a work session that is scheduled today, Naabik'iyati Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Today is August 1st, 2025, 9 a.m. And we are here at the Navajo Nation Council Chamber in Winter Rock, Arizona. And for our work sessions, we don't necessarily need a quorum. It is an open discussion with the presenters and also sponsors of any of the legislations. So at this time, I'm going to call the work session to order at 9:21 a.m. And we do have Vice Chair Carl Slater here with us, Council Delegate Dr. Andy Nez, Chair Ricky Nez, and also Council Delegate Helena Nez-Begay. Shema, may you do invocation for us this morning? Delegate Helena Nez-Begay.
Oh, do he nana, do he Bennett also dread into your hole, do we need dread into in a hole, could she job that needs could also let us Shamaya the Lisha talk home. It's this called the concert is in Behana, this Sikone, Hatchin, Hitsuya, and Nitlin, Nalian here with a Nitlin go ecodo. Nani kindly call the coin, Janago econ. Sartan the need to be get the teen to open in not open the yagi con, a Nitlin need con eben Janago econ. A begin the teen to con. Hit the nay econ. A chop at the instant, so a histades in the con. So the height our land Hanna hat ado, Halid abayanada at Hitansen, Chocon in the Kiddo. Laho ebedat is on the con. Econ ebony econ needs on the con in Jonago econ hilton the hot and hilton hot on the tocon that it is kiddo. Begin the teaching the digento con ebely on Nasha Bishbas and in the need the con at the queen I see kind the con. Such a code that antigen they can't the con. What are a bahasti to let Adon get launched at the house Tranlecom, Speaker of the Navajo and 25th Navajo Nation shall aware Adon the Vice President and the President Cornash and Corn. What are a nail in the store corner? John got a he saw that it's at the so what are even in hard ice and the con. The nebin hat an the need a conjun go about the nido. Been sick hesig eben the belt egg ego a con a bad at the little the con. Adon hatchin and con handal the sheet it all. Don't he hide it all con his start or con ant get neat hide it all con the hit your heart seat or con the eben the 80 jump how I the con eben the con so the zembe hasti or let ado. Nishon go she con hatchin in the con Navajo Nation the con. That they didn't see that on Hanjon go that into a little Stockholm. I don't hear chapter house, but chapter houses in the house on the go Stockholm. Then had on the sheet at Stockholm. Nishon go con hit nagging dale and getting that in the store letter. Nishon go itchy a dust hit all con engine go injure. And Lenny the largest uncle a con ye. Yet all into a little saw this con deep in the village of a dancer has street or let con. What are a deep I don't hit lost so done lento con a hashing so what a job at Denison. I don't die to. He has tweed or sonny con but the high yard con. Cho instates in it also con. Na hat anlenny the yard na hat anlenny hantes like the con. Jag har dastskin con what are a Nick aber what arbeiten the hydration the con deep in the beach at Robin National to let keep a heart net shut now quasi at Nicode Nitre Hojon has sleep or let Hojon has sleep, Hojon has sleep, Hojon has sleep, Hojon has sleep.
Yeah, Shema, thank you. Delegate Helena Nesbigay for providing invocation this morning. And going down to number 2, recognition of guests and visiting official. Colleagues, queue is open if you do have any introductions. But for all of our enterprises and Navajo entities that are here, welcome to the council chamber. Very glad to have you part of this work session this morning. And we're also joined by Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson and also Council Delegate Norman Begay. So colleagues, at this time, I'm going to have staff give a work session overview. Staff?
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. This is the agenda for the Naabik'iyati Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council Work Session. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Arizona, August 1st, 2025, 9 o'clock a.m. The agenda: 1, call session to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, work session overview. A, introduction and purpose of work session. Legislation number 0051-25, an act relating to resources and development, law and order, budget and finance, Naabik'iyati committees, and Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation utility scale solar and energy storage system tax. 12 NTEC subsection 1301-1314, and amending 24 NTEC subsection 208, 408, and 609. On July 24, 2025, a motion to refer legislation 0051-25 to Naabik'iyati Committee to schedule a work session on August 1st, 2025, and bring back within 30 days was passed. Motion by Honorable Ricky Nez and seconded by Honorable George Tolt, with a vote of 13 in favor and 3 opposed. Presenters, prime sponsor, Honorable Carl R. Slater. B, collaborative dialogue perspectives from Navajo Energy and Tax Leadership. 1, Navajo Nation Office of the Tax Commission and Commissioners. 2, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. 3, Navajo Transitional Energy Company. 4, Navajo Power. 4, discussion on challenges and solutions. 5, next steps and follow-up assignments. 6, announcements, close of work session. Speaker.
Thank you, Sherelle, for reading the purpose and also the agenda into the record here. And again, the primary sponsor is Honorable Carl R. Slater. Vice Chair Slater, is there a particular format that you wanted to do for this work session? Vice Chair? I'm open to any ideas how you want to format the work session.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. So I think the general outline of the agenda that you put together is good. The one thing I would say is that Miss at City is B1, and yesterday we spoke about maybe presenting together right off the top, and I talked about the legislation, and maybe we could both be available to answer questions and talk to our colleagues about some issues to provide some scope, and talk about also some of the activities that the Commercial Law Development Program and the nation has been engaged in the last couple days. And then second, for B2, 3, and 4, I just got a text from Arash at NTEC saying he was still like 20 minutes out. I'm sure my portion will be longer than that. I could talk for 20 minutes right now. But maybe revise it and have Navajo Power go first, and then NTEC or NTEC. And then for each of those items, I think it's going to be necessary, if my colleagues elect to do this, to request to go into executive session, and then I think at the end we should go into executive session to discuss among ourselves. So I don't know if we need to do that right now, but the purpose for each of those entities, so NTEC, NTEC, Navajo Power, they have proprietary information related to their financial models and taxes and how they build their companies and the projects they work on. So we, in order to get information, I think that we want would need to go into executive session to protect that information since it is privileged. And then at the end, it'd be nice to, during item 4, discussion on challenges and solutions, and maybe 5, be able to talk candidly among each other without industry here, and maybe with some Navajo Nation programs who could provide some further advisement on their analysis and thoughts from the last couple of days. So those are my thoughts right now. If you want me to motion that in some fashion, I can do that. I know we're not governed by the council or committee rules of order in this session, though. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater, the primary sponsor for this legislation. Again, Vice Chair Slater did request to do a presentation along with Ms. Etsy. Is Ms. Etsy here? Okay, maybe you can make your way down to the presenters table. And then once there is that need for a leadership or executive session discussion, since we're not in a formal full quorum here within the Naabik'iyati committee, I'm going to have our legal counsel kind of explain how to enter into executive session when we are in a work session mode. So, Ms. Khan?
Madam Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati committee, what was just described by the speaker, this is not a meeting. This is not a meeting of the Naabik'iyati committee. It wasn't posted as a meeting. There is no quorum. And so the rules of standing committees do not apply to this situation. In a regular standing committee, you have a motion and second and vote to go into executive session. However, as the Navajo Nation Privacy Act, my interpretation of the Navajo Nation Privacy Act, I would advise if the Naabik'iyati committee wanted to hear proprietary information, the companies that are in possession of that information would, if they request for this to be done in private, you would have the opportunity to hear that information, but only in private. And my reading of the Privacy Act is that would be a situation where it can be done in a closed, private discussion. And that would be legal advice, and it is not something that you vote on because you are not in a setting to have a first and second and vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you, Ms. Khan, for that explanation again. To Vice Chair Slater's request, at some point in time, there will be a request for an executive session discussion, and then we can recognize that at that point. But however, right now, we will continue on with the presentation. If there's a need for a executive session at that point in time, then we can call it, and then we can enter. Again, Vice Chair Slater did mention maybe towards the end of the meeting, at the end of the work session, we can enter into executive session. So at this time, Ms. Etsy is here as well. So Ms. Etsy, you may be joined here with Vice Chair Slater. There's no actual time limit for a presentation, so the format will be giving an overview of the legislation from your office and also from the sponsor. And if there's any challenges or obstacles that needs to be identified, please, you can just relay that message, and then we can keep track of those in our notes. Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Turn the floor over to you for presentation. And then next, if there's no questions, if the committee feels free to keep going with presentations, we can also do that. So the next one in lineup for their presentation on their perspective of the legislation will be Navajo Power, and then we will go to NTEC, then NTEC. Vice Chair Slater?
There's coffee in the back, colleagues. Everyone's a little quiet this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present the legislation again. When we were at the Navajo Nation Council last week, I provided a brief overview of how we've gotten here and where we're at with this proposed solar tax legislation. I'm joined by Ms. City from the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. She serves as the executive director and has been very helpful in trying to think through all the different issues related to taxation and how we would move forward in supporting solar development in communities that desire it, while making sure there is a way for the nation and the communities to have an appropriate amount of revenue related to those projects. So I'll go ahead and just talk pretty clearly and candidly about how this all came about. A couple years ago, at least, maybe even longer, maybe more like 3 years ago now I think about it, I'd started talking with Navajo Transitional Energy Company, NTEC, and they had identified some issues with our tax code related to solar development. And they believed that if they were going to pursue a solar project and construct it within their lease site or maybe elsewhere in the nation, that they and others who are not NTEC would be subject to the sales tax on construction, the possessory interest tax, the PIT tax, and then the business activity tax. The PIT tax is sort of akin to a property tax, and there are different ways of calculating what the possessory interest is and then what the appropriate rate of tax would be for that possessory interest within a lease area or business site lease, whatever it is. Then the business activity tax is closer, but it's not totally akin, but I would just say closer to a corporate income tax. And there are different deductions and ways to bring those things down, and they're interrelated. But in their modeling, they believed that with the application of all three of those taxes, solar projects in general would not be economical on the nation. Definitely not in their models and not in people they had been talking to. So as a result of that, we started to speak with other potential developers on the nation. One of them is Navajo Power. They're here. And then, of course, NTEC, who is also here. And at that point, NTEC had Kayenta online and I think was bringing Red Mesa online. I don't think that they had brought it completely online yet, but in the intervening period they have. So, we have one entity, NTEC, that has successfully developed solar on the nation, and they've done that with a particular benefit, and that is that they're not subject to 2 out of those 3 taxes that I spoke about. And I'm not here to question the wisdom of any of that, but it does create an unequal playing field if we want to have a more competitive market with other developers that may be owned by the nation, may be owned by Navajo citizens, may be owned by non-Navajo citizens. And in my personal philosophy, I think that competition is good for our economy and that there should be a certain level of parity to allow all of those entities to potentially thrive and succeed within the nation, provide revenues to the nation, diversify the tax revenue that comes in. And I don't view solar development as a silver bullet to replace any lost revenues, maybe from NGS or other sources or any other future sources. Rather, I think we need to think more holistically as a nation, diversify our economy, the different revenue streams, and in the process of going through this tax, we've really identified how different entities within the government coordinate. The Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, the Minerals Department, the General Land Development Department, the Land Department itself, the different compliance offices related to environmental and biological compliance, all of those things. And I think we have an opportunity right now as a council to make a pretty big step in identifying how we can provide more streamlined access to encouraging or supporting commercial activity on the nation. And it's not just limited to solar or other energy types of development, but rather thinking through this process, enforcing accountability among programs, leveling up their capabilities, providing them resources to do that. Those are all things that are contained in this and part of the reason why I'm invested into it personally. So we started working on this and initially thought that it might be appropriate to amend those three different taxes that I was talking about. And Missit City at the time was fairly new to her position, and we were working together. I was fairly new to tax issues. She was not new to tax issues, but I think being the chief, the jefe on this, figuring out what decisions she would make and what implications those would have over her tenure as the tax commission director, and what the implications might be for other companies and what precedents they might set. And for myself, working with the different, I'd say a coalition of companies. It doesn't mean everyone's incentives are exactly aligned or they all have the same opinion, but in general, all working toward a common goal. And that is to see, solar development that also benefits the nation, not just companies, not just one individual community, but has a broad impact. So in the process of evaluating each of those taxes, it became very unclear exactly how we would amend each of them, and became very cumbersome in trying to devise a system that would reduce things so that they'd be economical, but also provide flexibility toward market changes in the future, both that might benefit the nation or benefit companies. And that resulted in us pivoting into saying, well, what if we instead exempted for solar projects those three taxes and instituted a new tax or a new set of taxes? And that's generally where we're at today. We've still gone back and forth a few times thinking through those things, and definitely have done that over the last couple of days as well. But, companies desire clarity, communities desire clarity, our people do as well. It's difficult to understand precisely right now, and the Tax Commission Office has said that they cannot provide a clear 100% answer, and I'll let Missit City speak to that, on how those three taxes would be applied all together in one project. Some of that has to do with the incongruities between the possessory interest tax statute and the regulations. Other parts of it have to do with capacity in the office at present. Since she's come into office, she's been trying to build up the capabilities, the resources, instill morale in the staff, and get us into a better position to have a better accounting of taxation on the nation. But we're not quite at the point where her office, I think, can provide a perfect answer, or maybe today it's closer, but over the past couple of years, we just have not gotten to that point where a developer, and we had one developer, and they'll come and I'm sure share their story, but sat down for 3 days with the auditors at the office, trying to tease through how the pit tax would be applied to their proposed solar project. And there still isn't clarity on that to this day. So that really just shows you that we have, a capacity issue on the one hand, we have a policy issue on the other hand, and I think one solution to that is the proposed tax that you have. I last week distributed an amendment that we've been working on, and I'll explain that in a moment. And then I just sent out, it's identical, but it has one paragraph added to it that NTEC put in there, and I'll explain that in a moment. But the way the amendment works is that a company would elect to pay either 6% on the construction of the solar facility, the project, And the definitions are contained in there, primarily going back to the Navajo Nation sales tax statute. So they pay 6% on that, or they pay 5% on gross receipts from the project. And as we've moved the legislation along, there have been some technical issues identified related to battery storage, how that would be treated. Would that create some sort of duplicate taxation on the electrons that end up getting pushed into a battery and then pushed out of it, and some different issues there. And those are things that we continue to work on and try to resolve. The reason that there is that optionality, quite frankly, is that NTEC has a preference to provide money to the nation up front. Time value of money. $1 today is worth more than $1 20 years from now, or 5 years from now, or 2 minutes from now. So their preference, and I'll let them speak to that themselves, but I think summarizing, they want to pay that up front, get all that money into the nation. And these can be very high dollar projects. Over $1 billion could be invested, close to $2 billion could be invested in just one project. So there's a hefty amount of tax revenue that could potentially come into the nation. And then, there are companies that don't have access to the same type of financing, say, that NTEC might have. And so a bigger upfront cost that includes tax is going to be a lot more in interest payments over time when they have to take out the debt to finance those projects. And they can talk more about their finances, but I think kind of very, very simplistically, those are some things to think about as you consider this legislation. So those are the two options right there. And in principle, the legislation is designed and is not meant to increase the cost of electricity for Navajo citizens or for businesses on the nation. Rather, if we're going to sell energy that is produced on the nation, off the nation, it's capturing some of the benefit there from people who are going to pay for that. So the amendment that I sent out just a few minutes ago included a line from NTEC sort of honing in on that point. And the last thing I want to wrap up with is that, the nation doesn't have a great history of being responsive to business cycles, to the pace of business. And it means that companies have bid in the past and had to remove their bids because of a lack of tax clarity. And that's something that we're confronting right now with one of the companies, where they could potentially move forward on a project. They've obtained a lease from the Resources and Development Committee, but there are questions as to whether under existing law, so just throwing this proposed legislation out the door, or even with the amendment and the legislation as it's contemplated, they could make their projects work out. And I think at the end of this conversation, or the end of this work session, if you're interested, we can talk a little bit more candidly about some of the timelines. They can express the timelines to you too, but I think some of the options that we may want to consider and pursue in order to test out how to make, kind of our first non-NTEC project work, or if that's something we want to consider. But right now, the focus of this work session is legislation 5125. And I think we should ask questions and invest ourselves into thinking about the big picture, the long term, and how we can provide a brighter future for our people. So I'll hand things over to Ms. City. She can share thoughts that she has, and I think at that point, we'd be happy to answer any questions. So, Speaker, I'd ask that you recognize her.
Ms. City? And also just do your name, title, and also department or office that you work with, just for the records.
Good morning. My name is Effie Edsity. I'm the Executive Director for the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking some time out of your day, your busy schedules, to come here and listen to the presentations from our solar companies, developers, enterprises, subsidiaries, and all the stakeholders involved. And thank you, Delegate Slater. That was a pretty thorough overview, I think, of everything that has been in discussion for the past 2 years. So my understanding of how solar development companies had approached the nation a couple of years ago before my tenure and addressed taxation issues with previous commissioners, with previous executive directors. So about 2 years ago, I did have Navajo Power come and approach me to ask what taxes would apply. And so I gave them the same answer, of course, according to our chapter title codes, that the business activity tax would apply, the possessory interest tax would apply, and a sales tax on the construction of the project would apply. And of course, that's where we began to see the varying amounts of taxes that could attend to that could potentially affect the bottom line of whether the project is feasible or not. So we've had a couple of presentations and discussions. Early on, Navajo Power came to the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission and did presentations for our office. Now, our office, I have a relatively new team. So I'm still putting together the building blocks, the expertise, specialties of taxation. And one of them that we don't have is any real expertise on renewable energy. And I'm going to say that I think as a nation, we do need to step it up in the renewable energy area as far as expertise in learning what this new industry is that's coming to the nation. So we did have conversations with Delegate Slater early on, and that's, I guess, began the forming of the solar tax legislation. And as it evolved, again, as he mentioned before, that he did realize the differences with the taxation models, with the business models, financial models. They're all different scales. And then also to keep in mind that the business structures itself, we're dealing with enterprises, we're dealing with subsidiaries, we're dealing with privately owned companies. And it does change with each structure. And one of the other side items that I have been dealing with is my commissioners. I'm trying to staff my commissioners. It's a 5-seat commission. I have 3 right now, one going through reappointment, and I have 2 that are being reviewed by OPVP as potential candidates also. So it's not like we're not working on it. It's the applicants are there. We just need to get them through the process. And that was one of the areas, I believe there was where one of the hiccups came along, was getting the information to my commissioners. So this work session is an opportunity for them to hear not only what I'm hearing, but to hear from the companies directly themselves. I believe some are, I don't see anyone here in person, so I am going to say my commissioners are online listening. Oh, okay. Mr. Henderson, Mr. Al Henderson's in the back there, so he is here in person. Geraldine Kiazi is the other. She's probably online. And the last would be Shayna Bearhan. She usually attends online also through virtual meetings. So this is a chance for them to hear from the companies, from the enterprises and subsidiaries also, to see how the taxes would affect their businesses. One, as Delegate Slater mentioned is to keep the I don't know if he used those exact words, but in my mind, it's to keep almost a level playing field with all of the businesses coming on the nation. And that's one of the things Navajo Tax Commission stands by. I can't treat one company differently than the others. Taxation, I try to keep fair across the board. And another issue that I usually try to avoid is carving out policies or procedures just based on one situation. I mean, we have to look at the whole playing field. We have to look at everybody involved and all the stakeholders. So when this solar tax legislation came about, my stance was possessory interest tax, business activity tax will apply as it would to any other business coming onto the nation. My commissioners had the same stance. My tax, my staff at the tax commission had the same stance. In fact, you know, that's still in back of our mind. That's just how business is done with the nation as far as taxation goes. But I have to keep an open mind. And that's what this work session is for. I have to hear all of the other inputs, all of the other businesses that may be involved. And just to do our due diligence to make sure that we hear everyone out before we move forward. Another item that I want people to keep in mind is, I've mentioned before, this is a new industry. This is something new that that's coming to the nation. Solar being one of them. Renewable energy could be wind turbines. It could be biomass. You know, there's a lot of different types of renewable energy that could come to the nation within the next couple of years, and this gives us an opportunity to take a look at the different areas that would need a little bit more attention and how we would tax those business activities. So that's where I'm coming from with, I'm very thankful to Delegate Ricky Nance for requesting for a work session to get everyone on the same level, same understanding to what this legislation is going to imply, what precedents it's going to set going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Etzity, and also Vice Chair Slater. Vice Chair Slater did send out the proposed amendment. There was no amendments attached to the legislation when it reached council. It was referred back for a work session before we could take action on an amendment. So that amendment was sent out to the council and also to staff at 9:34 a.m. So that is a proposed amendment that's going to be considered at the full council. And colleagues, I'm going to open up for any questions, clarity, or further breakdown of the legislation. If you do have any questions, recommendations. Delegate Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you, Chair Speaker Arakadoshina. I thought for the preface of the legislation and then Ms. Etzity for speaking to it. So, Ms. Etzity, I know that in the comments of this legislation, you've identified various inquiries, and that's what I was hoping to hear from you today. I, as one member of the council, I like to read through some of the attached comments because oftentimes we have experts, we have those that work directly in the field, and of course my background is not in solar or engineering by trade. So that's where for myself I kind of read through and kind of have a greater understanding of what's going on out there. And so you provided your comments talking about a study, talking about the construction activity, and then other recommendations. So I have yet to look through the proposed amendment here. Maybe that's going to help address what you provided here, but I also understand that further into the packet that we received, you also identified additional inquiries. So can you just help me understand some of those inquiries and recommendations that you provided here? Thank you. Oh, one last question, I'm sorry. So with 3 commissioners, you have quorum, because I know you, as a commission, you were not meeting for a very significant period of time because it was difficult to get well, lack thereof, I guess, getting tax commissioners on the tax commission. So if you can just clarify that for me. And welcome, Mr. Henderson. He was my professor when I was at the University of New Mexico, so it's great to see him here again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Dr. Andinez, and further clarification on some of the statements that are attached within the legislation. So, Ms. Etzity?
Thank you for those questions. And Delegate Dr. Andinez, I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that all the comments were read and all the documentations were reviewed. Sometimes when we get a stack of things, a lot of it is skimmed through. So with taxation, as I mentioned before, a lot of it is we have to treat all the taxpayers the same. So when this legislation came through, this draft legislation came through, there was a lot of questions. Keep in mind that my tax team, we have a staff of about 20 people up at Navajo Tax Commission, combination of auditors, accountants, and tax compliance officers. We get questions all the time. On any of the taxes, on any of the statutes and regulations, we have taxpayers coming in and they will question even the placement of a word or what the definition of a word is, when does it apply, when doesn't it apply. We have all these different situations come up with our statutes and regulations. So like on one of the points on my comments is needing clarity about who is responsible for filing and paying the tax. In that sense, I placed that comment there because it's a little bit ambiguous having currently right now with our sales tax, the general contractor will file and pay the tax on their construction project. But with the solar tax, it takes that responsibility from the general contractor and places it on the solar company. Thank you. So that was one of the questions that I needed answered was like, where exactly is this going to fall? Where's the point of sale? Again, I always reference the sales tax because that's, we've had the sales tax, I think, since 2002, I believe, 2002, we've had the sales tax. And so to change it, it can be done. Right, we can amend the statutes and to make it so, but I need clarity on that. My staff are the ones that are going to be answering these questions. So really, the administration of the legislation, just a little bit more clarity on the next comment I have on here is going to be on just even terms. On we're using project, facility, and plant, all interchangeably in the legislation. But then as you read through it, each one of those words could mean a different thing within the industry. So we want to make sure that we get the tax right where we need it, where exactly it applies. We need to identify where it applies. Another one is need to clarify discharges and supplies and produces. Are they all used interchangeably again? Or does each one of those do something different? And what I've learned in the past couple of days with the discussions we've had with different companies and also this CLDP group is there's a difference between producing electricity and having it hit the grid, and then also producing electricity and putting it into a storage battery standalone station and have that electricity discharge at a later time. So then there was it wasn't clear exactly, are we charging the tax at both places? Is it going to be like a double taxation if they move it into the storage again, then before it hits the grid? So we had to take a look at where the terms of producing electricity as opposed to, I don't know if it's transferring, right? Discharges, supplies. So it's really nailing down the terminology in that. The next comment I have on here is general contractor. Again, this refers back to the first one. General contractor is responsible for filing, paying the tax. But with the solar, we're changing that. And the tax also, the solar tax legislation also says that the tax is going to fall on the gross receipts of electricity sold. And a question was raised the other day, and it was like flipping a light switch for me, because selling electricity under the gross receipts would be a retail, the tax would fall if it fall at the retail sale. So that's going to be a solar company selling directly to a customer. But with some of these transactions, it's actually going to be sold at a wholesale level. So in that case, like, where does the tax fall? If we have a company come on the nation, produce electricity, and sell it wholesale, it's not really considered a gross receipts sale as it is under the definitions in the sales tax. So that was another eye-opener for me, was determining retail sale as opposed to a wholesale sale of electricity. There's so much added into this legislation, just different aspects on how the industry is put together. And as I mentioned before, not only are we just looking at the industry, but we're looking at the businesses also and their structure. How does the enterprise handle it? How would someone like NTEC handle it? Navajo Power, Avantis. These are different companies. How does this solar tax legislation affect their operations? Okay, so that's just briefly going through some of the comments here. I was also very fortunate to get the opinions and views of the CLDP. They were good, and actually they were great. And good's an understatement. They were awesome in helping us break down some of the legislation, the different points of views. I also had Rebecca Kaufman and Mia Way from the Minerals Department assist in a number crunching and taking a look at different views from the legislation also to get a better understanding of where this legislation is going to, where it's going to go. It's ever changing, which it should, right? We should at least get all of the different ideas and thoughts together to create a more clear legislation. Again, one of my goals is to make sure that it's written to where my staff will be able to administer it with the least amount of hiccups. And you had mentioned the commission. The commission from so I was doing some digging in the office in the old files, trying to take a look at where the commission stands. I believe the last meeting they had might have been in 2018, 2019. It's been a while. So I really am rebuilding, I feel like I'm rebuilding the program. Like I said, I've hired a lot of younger staff to fill in positions for the tax compliance officer positions, auditor position we have open. My accounting team is relatively new, so we're getting there. It's unfortunately, it's not something that happens overnight and very quickly, but I believe we've made some sufficient progress to date. And with the commissioners, I have two, Al Henderson and Jerry Kiazi, who their terms, they're within their terms. Shayna is getting reappointed, so she's still on the books with us. The other two that I have, there's Miss Tina Begay that I've been looking for a sponsor for. And I believe I may have sent out a couple of emails on that one. The other one that's down at OPVP is going to be a gentleman named Dave Emerson. So it's progress. It's a little bit of slow progress, but we're getting there with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edsity, for that explanation. And Vice Chair Slater, would you like to add anything else?
Thank you. So I think, there's a lot of comments that are captured, I think that have been addressed in the proposed amendment. But, this is not the final amendment that we're going to propose. And the reason I've tried to keep you updated is so you can see the evolution and hear about these things. And it's difficult to go point by point and address each of the questions that are presented, or I would say some of the big picture concepts that are presented in some of the comments to the legislation. I tried to hone this into taxation, not touching lease rates, not touching, say, revenue share with communities. Those are things that can be figured out internally or in subsequent legislations, but I know that the Resource and Development Committee, other members of the council are engaged at looking at the energy policy, and they have their own timeline for those things. So, this is an opportunity to touch on some of those areas and maybe think through some of those issues, but this is not an overarching energy policy legislation. It is a component of the nation's energy policy, but I think that's something to keep in mind with some of the questions that are presented. And you do have to contemplate some of those questions when you get down into the specifics. But at the end of the day, I think it's good to think of this as a tax legislation and have us focus on it in that manner. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And going back to Delegate Dr. Inez, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, Speaker, not at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater and Ms. Edsity. And colleagues, do you have any other recommendations, question on the proposed amendments or presentation? Delegate Nathan Nota.
Yate Bena, thank you, Speaker Curley. Ms. City, thank you for coming to the council to address some of the issues related to this tax possibilities. You did raise a number of issues in your comments, as Dr. Nez indicated, and you're wanting to help provide clear legislation as regard to these amendments. More specifically, in your comments, you indicate that in developing, I guess, these amendments, they bypassed your commission to make reviews and comments, and that you would like to provide guidance in the language and the implementation of these amendments and these possibilities for this tax. I think you also indicate that there's confusion whether the tax is going to be both PIT and VAT. Apparently, there's a number of issues that that you bring up, and I'm wondering, your reviews and your comments that you say that were as a result of that was bypassed, and the guidance and the no studies that were done. what do you feel needs to be done from here to get this, as you indicated, clearer legislation? And what are you doing, I guess, in terms of the study and developing the language, and developing the implementation? I understand that there would be more amendments coming down the line, but to this degree, with your lack of a full commission, you're rebuilding the commission as you indicated. Where are we at with these issues that you bring up and the legislation, and where do you feel that we should be going with this in terms of what you need to provide in your guidance? That's the question that I have. Thank you, Speaker Curley.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Nathan Nota, and then go back to Merced City and Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for those questions, Delegate Nathan Nota. So for my commissioners, so the discussion on how the legislation came along, as I mentioned before, we were doing presentations to get my office informed of what Navajo Power does, what their business activity was, the structure of their business, and bringing solar development to the nation. Delegate Slater was a part, I believe he came to a couple of meetings beforehand. We came to the discovery that the business activity tax and the possessory interest tax were going to be it was not a deterrent, but it would be considerably high for private companies coming onto the nation. And that's when delegates later start penciling in together a solar tax. We did have a couple of discussions early on. We went back and forth on the rates and how to apply. At that time, I did let my commissioners know this is coming down the pipeline. And then for a while there, I didn't hear anything, so I thought, okay, we're still working on it. And then the legislation hit the commissions, and I seen it go past all the different, not commissions, the different committees. And that's when I had to step up and stop and, halt everything and say, hey, I need to get my commissioners on the same page as what we're seeing, and my commissioners need to hear what the companies will be bringing to the table and how this legislation will be affecting, how it affects them. There's a lot of pros and cons, I'm sure there is. And then also with the different structures, again, enterprises, subsidiaries, and also private owned companies. So that's how it bypassed the commission. It was unfortunate, and I will say that is a learning experience for me. That's a learning curve for me, to keep my commissioners updated. Right now, we do have a scheduled Zoom meeting that we meet on, and I update with anything and everything that comes through the office. I'm not shy about that. I let them know every chance I get. And what's very interesting with the solar legislation, solar development conversations, this past week, I have to admit, was probably the most conversations we've had, like eight to like 6 in the evening, solid, just going through different conversations, different viewpoints, and having everyone chime in. Like I said, I met with a couple of ladies from the minerals department on this also. So it is a pretty open, active discussion right now. And as far as the studies, that we don't have. As far as taking a look at feasibility studies, the economics on the nation, that I would have to pull in some people from DED. I believe DED has an economist who could probably assist us in this area. But with the solar industry and the market and where the U.S. government is going, and just the development of renewable energy on the nation, I believe to really get a solid study on this, would, I would have to get a consultant, hire a research group to really get into those numbers. And that was a discussion that I've had with Mr. Al Henderson. That was one of his concerns, was where's the studies, where's the feasibility studies on this? So that is something that we can continue to work on to get some answers. Again, it's going to help going forward, right? We are where we're at with the legislation right now, but we can always do those studies. So that's something still on the table that I need to complete. I need to get moving on that one. And as far as what I need from the group here, from the work session here, I would like to hear from all of the companies. I do receive a lot of documentation, a lot of people putting together memos and sending them my way. Some of them, for whatever reason, not miscommunication, but I don't receive some of the documents. So I would personally rather hear from companies presenting in person. I'm kind of old-fashioned that way. I don't know about you, speaking candidly here, but I like meeting people in person. You get me on a Zoom meeting, I'll have my camera on. It's a different feel to have somebody come up in person, describe to you what exactly is going on, and to give the presentation on their business, how it affects their business, the pros and cons, and also to get everyone on the same, just make sure we have all the same knowledge. As I mentioned, my commissioners, I have one here, I have some is it Zoom or Teams? Zoom Meet, I think it was what it's on. And I have my management staff right over here, so they can also hear the dialogue going on. Because this is my team. These are the ones that are going to be answering those tough questions and reaching out to the taxpayers, informing the public. In fact, I should introduce them. I have Tania Stevens. She is my senior accountant. Cheryl Baya, she is my senior tax compliance officer. And Lawrence Sorrell, who's my principal auditor. So that's my go-to team right there. That's my A team. So we get it done for the nation. And I believe that's all the questions that I had. I hope those help answer your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. City. And Delegate Nathan Nota, did that address your concerns?
I have another comment, another question and another comment. Ms. City, this is a big issue. And obviously there's a lot more questions related to this. We've been in session, 45, 50 minutes. And then what the comments that you put forth, and which is part of this legislation, I am concerned about. My question to you, I know that there's possibilities of more amendments. This is kind of the start, as Delegate Slater has indicated. At this point in time, do you recommend that this legislation be passed? Or is it premature, or what's your thoughts on that? As head of the Tax Commission, what are your thoughts?
All right, thank you, Delegate Nota. Ms. City?
Okay. So my answer is this legislation needs some work. I mentioned that there's terminologies that we need to square up. We need to get I think we may even need to review the rates, or the options, I should say. yeah, we need to take a look at both of those. And there's just small tweaks in there that, that I have questions on. One of them was, I think it was written, that the revenue is going to go into a special fund. It's a discussion. I don't think we even talked about that. But I think there may, I don't know if, it was supposed to be general funds. So the amendment is changed. Okay, all right, so the amendment is changed on that one, and that one was changed to general funds, I believe. Just things like that, just going through to make sure that everything is as clear as can be. There's, right? And with taxation, there's always questions. There's always something that's going to come up. I guarantee you, there's going to be a situation that's going to come up that's, we didn't think about right when we're fixing this up. And it happens with the sales tax, it happened with the tobacco products tax. It's something that's always going to evolve, but right now it does need some work. We need to sit down and tweak a little bit more, terminology being one of them, the rates, the options would be another one. And I think we've made significant progress within the past couple of days. Wouldn't you say so, Slater? Yeah, we've, a lot of it is understanding the industry, understanding the business, and how this legislation would affect them. I hope that answers your question. Delegate Nota. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. City. Also, there was a highlight for needed, but I believe that was fixed through a previous amendment. And colleagues, are there any other questions for Delegate Slater or Ms. City before we move on to the next presentation? No, I don't see any, so I think, oh, Delegate Helena Nesbegay. So, and if Navajo Power could also be on standby.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Doe. Thank you for providing a presentation here, trying to make me understand here. So, it's just, it just sounds like we need to do more work. And what I was going to recommend is that we hear from the companies themselves. Maybe, that's something that's a hand-on thing that we need to hear. That way it's more broad for us. So that's my comment. So thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Helena Nesbegay, and there's that request to hear from the enterprises and also the companies. Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, question for Vice Chair Slater.
Just like to thank Vice Chair Slater for bringing this up, and I know you've got the tobacco tax with, done, and this is a new, I guess another tax that needs to be really looked at and really, examined to where, it works for everybody. And we had a gaming enterprise meeting yesterday at Fire Rock, and they're having the similar issues with the tax, the dual taxation. And my response to them was, Navajo Nation's sovereign right to tax. Why don't they go to the state and county and ask for a waiver or some type of tax credit? Why do we need to, change our laws to accommodate them? So, that was something that, I stated yesterday. Speaker Curley, on our legislative council, do we have a tax attorney on the Navajo Nation? Is he on a call? Is she on the call?
We do have Mr. Melrodas on call today from Department of Justice. April. And we also have one that is contracted through Office of Legislative Counsel. However, he's not online, but he does communicate here with Ms. Khan. Vice Chair Johnson?
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, and a lot of these. When I'm reading this, the pit tax, it states in there, interests are oil, gas, coal. So to me, that sounds extraction. But where's the renewable energy, in that? So, and the business tax. This is something that I'm looking forward to, working with Vice Chair Slater and, improving these tax, and how we can move forward, to present a, I guess be open for business and energy, world. So the the other thing I wanted to ask was you raised a really good a point there about looking at contracting a subject matter expert in this field. Do you have it within your budget to do that, Ms. City? Are you able, with your A team? I know you guys, thank you for what you do, and also Mr. Henderson. And this is something that and we can really take a look at and and improve it as we move forward. So I just want to get your response, Ms. City, if you have it, if you're able to get a contractor or on this.
Ms. City?
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Casey Allen Johnson, for those comments and suggestions. When I first started with ONTC, I was a tax compliance officer about 10, 12 years ago. I worked there for about the same time, about 10 to 12 years as a TCO. I left and I got more experience with auditing, with accounting. I received my advanced degree in business, came back to ONTC, and my passion for tax back then is same as it is today. I look at the tax revenue that we bring in for the nation. I want to see those taxes, the Navajo people benefit from those taxes, whether it's through scholarships, whether it's through the junk food tax going right down to the communities. It is a really big thing for me. I'm always pushing for that last penny on the dollar, right? I'm definitely looking out for the Navajo Nation, and that's a really big key in why I paused and raised a flag on this, is make sure we are doing in the best interest of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people, and bringing in tax revenue. That's always been a really big thing for me. And in a couple of presentations and meetings that I've been invited to, I've always had the stance that why does the nation always have to give up something? Especially with dual taxation. If it happens within our boundaries, like, come on, let's keep it here. Let's keep the monies here on the nation. Let's generate the money here on the Navajo Nation. I always felt that we give up we give up a little bit of something here and there. And I can see that happening within business transactions. It does have to happen, a give and take. I've been working with a guy named James Rivera, I believe, with, he's a chairperson on the NITA board group. He works with the Pueblos, and so he is familiar with dual taxation from the Pueblos and working with the state of New Mexico. So I do have some dialogues going on, some conversations to educate myself myself on how that works and what would be the best course of action for the nation going forward. What can we do as a nation? I believe we have a lot of we have a lot of weight in that arena, being the largest tribe in the nation. I think there's a lot we can do with that, as far as taxation legislations outside the nation with different governments, with the states, with the counties. There's a lot to explore there. And also, I keep in mind the border towns that we have, right? But also, inside the nation, I'm concerned with, let's take a look at Kienta Township. And then we have the Tuba City community and their taxation policies. I have to have a chat with DOJ on that to see exactly where does ONTC fall in with those other taxing jurisdictions on the nation. And there's also chapter tax ordinance that I found a big old binder in my office that I'm reading through, and to see how that would work going forward. Is it going to be a push from the chapters? Things like that. There's a lot to explore with tax commission, and I'm keeping an open mind. I'm always pushing for, like I said, the last penny on the dollar for the nation. And you had mentioned if I had the budget for research analysis or consultants, and that in that area. I don't. And to be honest, it's been on my unmet needs for the past 2 years, I believe, on our unmet needs budget. We definitely would, in fact, this one, the unmet needs that I finished for fiscal year 2026, I'm going to throw it out there. This is my pitch for my office now. I did put in there an attorney. I need a tax attorney. Don't get me wrong, I love the workers coming from DOJ, from the Tax and Finance Unit. But it is troublesome for me to have to explain 3 different times to 3 different lawyers on an issue that ONTC has. Because right now, I have Frances, and she's working on the tobacco products tax increase. She's helping me with that. Mel Rodas helps me a lot with the interpretations of the statutes and regulations. Catherine helped with the solar legislation. And so if any of those intertwine, I'm going to have to be explaining it 3 different times, and it's just not efficient. I really would like a full-time staffed tax attorney with ONTC. I was very, very fortunate to work with Amy Alderman way back in the day. She did tremendous work for the tax commission to have it where it's at. So I still think back to that and the different, and the progress we were able to make back then having a full-time attorney. Also, I think I put in a need for a research analysis, like a statistician. We have one economist. Like I said, she's with DED. She has her own workload. I have sent her a couple of emails to reach out, but that hasn't been fruitful. So I'm going to need somebody down in our department for that. So those are areas that that I have considered, and so take a look at my submitted budgets. You'll see them on there. Oh, and the other one, last thing to mention, I threw in a need for trainings, and this being one of them, because the solar industry, the renewable energy is a whole new realm for taxation. And I'm trying to get my staff up to speed with what's going on out there. So these little workshops and stuff, we get together, we get to meet the CLDP team, and they were great. They were very instrumental in getting my office at least some information on solar and looking at it from their perspective. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Etzidi, Vice Chair, would you like to add anything else?
Thank you. Yeah, I think just in closing, I don't think there are any more questions. You know, this whole effort has really been to force a conversation and force parties within the government to work together and to work with outside entities. And it's been a process of discovery, and the industry has changed over the course of a couple of years in putting things together. But I want to express my appreciation to Ms. Etzidi, to Ms. Bilzowski, our acting deputy AG, to all the members of CLDP, Rowena, to all of our industry coalition partners, all the developers. Yeah, thank you very much for getting us to this point. Ms. Quinn, Mariana, she's been a part of it at all sorts of different points, in particular the last couple of days. So I'm appreciative of the point about talking to a million different lawyers. But that said, colleagues, I think you just want to get to the point and speaking to the developers themselves and hear what they have to say. So I'll be quiet. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And I don't see any other questions on the floor, and we'll move forward to Navajo Power. And Ms. Etzidi, you can set up on this side where there's the open seating on this area, just in case you need to come back to answer any other questions.
Up on the projectors. Oh, thank you. My name is Clara Pratt. I am the executive chair of Navajo Power. Kia'ani and Shle Bilagana Bashishchin Honagani Deshiche. I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves as well.
Yate, Shea Bre Isaac and She, Kiani Nishlin, Shehi Bush's Chin, Kisani Deshachero, Tobanish Nullet. Tsewe, the Sina Shah. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brett Isaac. I'm the founder and CEO of Navajo Power.
Good morning. My name is Adelita Barrett. I am Director of Development for Navajo Power. Thank you.
And my colleague, Ms. Barrett, is going to be providing the presentation so that they can project it up on the screen so we can go through some of the matters that we've been working through for the last 7 years with the Navajo Nation with the goal of finalizing our project. We have several projects on the nation, but the one that is furthest along is the Painted Desert Power Project, which is located in the areas of the Cameron and Coal Mine Mesa area.
while our colleagues are getting set up, I just wanted to introduce, for those who don't know, so I was part of the team that founded Navajo Power in 2018. Really, you know, it was in a response to the closure of Navajo Generating Station. You know, I've been in the renewable energy industry for about 15 years. And I started on the off-grid solar space, providing solar to residential homes using battery and solar storage, and started a few companies, some community-owned enterprises throughout the process. But learning a lot through that work was, you know, what this technology can do for our people in terms of how it can provide some opportunities for employment, economic development, but also just in the use cases of being able to provide something we all are becoming more and more reliant on, which is electrons. You know, everything that we're, you know, kind of working with in modern days, even our vehicles are starting to require, you know, more and more demand for electrons. Artificial intelligence and all these other things were merely blips, you know, 5-10 years ago, and now they are extreme realities that we're facing. And so Navajo Power, as a developer, we wanted to be one of the voices that helped to contribute to some of the marketplaces that get developed in tribal lands. You know, we did see that there was a lot of companies coming to tribal nations, but they didn't understand how to work through the various different stakeholders that we deal with. And so we designed our company essentially as a public benefit corporation to be able to, you know, have a social mission, which is we want to maximize the benefits for the tribal communities that we work with and partner with. And the way that we do that is essentially by developing these projects, by keeping and protecting certain things in mind in terms of like trying to optimize the benefit and the opportunity, maximizing the workforce and investment opportunities, and then ensuring that we work collaboratively with the governments and regulatory agencies to ensure that we create a marketplace. We don't just, you know, create one-off projects, because the goal with our company is that we want to start with these initial projects but evolve eventually. So Ms. Barrett will present on our information today.
Next slide, please. I'd also like to introduce AES Clean Energy, who's also in the room with us here today, off to my right. AES is a Fortune 500 IPP whom we've been in a development partnership with now for about 3 years. We've selected a fantastic partner to bring capital into these projects. They also have a tribal energy development team. My colleague here at AES, Justin Suko, has been a fantastic colleague. He's one of a large tribal energy development team. Justin also happened to work up at NTEC. He's now working in renewable energy, so to us he's been a wonderful partner, and his team has as well. As far as the nature of our partnership, Navajo Power was the original owner of Painted Desert Power. AES is now the current owner, and they will operate the facility. They have a large portfolio of operating assets in the United States and specifically Arizona, which is one of the reasons why we thought that they were an excellent commercial partner. Next slide. This is a map of our most advanced development asset, Painted Desert Power. The lease area on the right is located in Coal Mine Canyon, and the generation tie line goes through Cameron off to the west of the Little Colorado River. Next slide, please. As far as an overview of the project, just quickly, it is a 4,500 acre lease area. We expect it to be built in about 2 to 3 phases. It'll also have storage coupled with the project. The lease area is located again in Coal Mine Canyon and about a 4.5-mile gen tie in Cameron. The lease did pass RDC on July 27th, 2025. We did obtain all chapter resolutions, all of the permitting consents for the project as well. And currently, the project is significantly de-risked. AES largely and Navajo Power have taken on the financial risk of the project to get it to this point. We've been working on it since 2019. And right now, utilities are really ready to buy power from the project. So at this time, we're really looking to the nation for guidance and clarity on the tax policies that would impact the project. Executive Director Ed City mentioned this, but there are, under the current statutes, there's still a lot of, I would say, lack of clarity for private developers. And so that's something that we're trying to clarify here today. Next slide, please. So as far as our tax efforts to date, we've briefed a number of executive directors of ONTC on the current state of the Navajo Nation's tax statutes and regulations and how they would impact a privately developed project. I think Delegate Slater also mentioned this, but we're really looking to the nation to tell us, are you looking to diversify outside of NTEC? Or NTEC, for example, and other tribal enterprises. And so, we're really looking to ONTC for guidance on this. And we've also briefed OPVP as well as Delegate Slater. So we're hoping to kind of look for some definitive action on this in the coming month or so. So just to kind of start with this point, solar companies coming to the nation, we really want the nation to be the primary beneficiary of the benefits of the project as far as the lease, the tax payments. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. We are a Navajo-owned company. We're working with a global energy company that prioritizes tribal energy projects in its development, and so that's really a core part of what we want. However, when I've reviewed a lot of the nation's tax statutes and regulations with our Navajo Bar attorneys and tax advisors, it really appeared that a lot of the policies were really written in an era that was oriented more towards extractives. Of course, coal, for example, is very transport-heavy, labor-intensive. There's also a lot of material to tax. And so solar is really operating in a very different world. It's passively generated. Once the panels are installed into the ground, it's sort of just sitting there passively generating energy. And so the margins and the revenues are quite different than coal. And so we're also competing, if you could go to the next slide, in a regional energy market. If you look at surrounding states, these figures are from Energy Industry Association, EIA, in case you're interested, but these are installed projects in the Four Corners area. And you can see that the Navajo Nation has significantly less solar installed, despite the fact that the Navajo Nation has an incredible energy resource here with its land base. The sun is shining, and as well as the transmission lines that are crossing the Navajo Nation. Next slide, please. I think there are a lot of really good reasons for this difference. But I would say that one reason that explains part of it, at least, is the difference in tax calculations, which I'll get into in a moment. This map shows just sales tax differences. Surrounding states have a lot of exemptions in sales tax for equipment. I'm most familiar, of course, with Arizona because this project is located on the Arizona side. And Arizona does exempt, if you can go to the next slide. I'm sorry, 2 slides? Yes, thank you. Arizona does exempt solar equipment and energy storage equipment from its transaction privilege tax, which functions quite similarly, I would say, to a sales tax. The taxable basis is then reduced even further by 35%. Equipment makes up the majority of the project's cost, and so this actually results in a quite low transaction privilege tax on Arizona. And if you wouldn't mind going back 1 slide. I just want to touch on this to show where we're at today under the current statutes and regulations that the Navajo Nation has in place. So currently, a privately owned project would be subject to Navajo Nation Possessory Interest Tax, or PIT, the Navajo Nation Business Activity Tax, BAT, the Navajo Nation Sales Tax, the Arizona Transaction Privilege Tax, which I refer to often as TPT, the Arizona Personal Property Tax. Real property in Arizona is not taxed on tribal land, so that is one thing that the project is exempt from. And lastly, Arizona corporate income tax. Of course, tribal enterprises, we do know are, and I apologize, there's an error in this slide. It should say that they are subject to sales tax, not pit tax. I apologize for that error, just to clarify. Navajo Nation tribal enterprises are subject to sales tax, but they are exempt from the pit, the BAT, and of course, state taxes as well. So we are playing under very different rules. Delegate Johnson asked earlier if private companies could go to the state to request a waiver on tax. I have conferred with our tax attorneys on this issue. They essentially advised that a waiver would be very difficult to obtain from the state because the way that the statutes are currently written, it would require a change in tax law. Which is a huge effort, and we would rely very heavily on the Navajo Nation to introduce something like this, and we certainly support the tribal sovereignty matters at play here when talking about who should benefit the most from taxation and who is the primary taxing jurisdiction, which we also feel should be the Navajo Nation. But we really look to the nation to use its political influence to push those conversations forward with the state. Next slide, please, and slide after that. Just returning to some of the differences in how the taxes are calculated between the state and the Navajo Nation. So on the left, I have Arizona income tax, and I'm comparing this to the Navajo Nation BAT tax, business activity tax. So on the Arizona side, 100% of the operating expenses are deducted from the taxable basis. Whereas on the Navajo Nation, only those operating expenses that are sourced on the Navajo Nation, such as wages, just to give an example, those are deducted. There's also a standard quarterly deduction, and depreciation is deducted from the Arizona income tax liability as well, whereas on the Navajo Nation side, that's not deducted. I do believe there's a PIT deduction on BAT as well. But in any case, this just goes to show that, even though tax rates might be similar, it's important to focus on something beyond just the tax rate. It's important to focus on what's the taxable base, what's the actual revenue or amount that's being taxed. And these are calculated in very, very different ways in Arizona versus the Navajo Nation currently. Lastly, I compare, if you go to the next slide, please. I compare the Arizona personal property tax in particular, which the project is subject to, with the Navajo Nation pit tax. So the basis, according to the statutes and regulations of the Navajo Nation of Pitt, is the land and leasehold improvements. I do have a footnote here that I think is very important to mention, which is that we have noticed a conflict between the statute and the regulation of the pit tax. ONTC, of course, is aware. We discussed it last summer. DOJ has also been made aware. Currently, this conflict is resulting in a very large range of what the possible tax liability of the project could be. So this is one of the areas that, for us, we're really looking for clarity and guidance on, particularly investors when they're looking at, what sort of returns will they make on the project, and is it something that they'd like to invest in? This type of large variability is something that just creates a lot of questions, and they're looking for something much more certain. So I think this is kind of one of the current uncertainties under the current statutes and regulations. I would also mention that Arizona also reduces the basis of the tax by the amount of the federal investment tax credit. They also reduce the tax by another 80% and then another 84% effectively under different assessment ratios and abatements. And so just in summary, just because of this very large difference in the way that taxes are calculated on the Arizona side and the Navajo Nation side, we see Navajo Nation taxes on privately held solar projects to be about 3 to over 9 times higher compared with similar taxes in Arizona. And I will note that last summer I was able to spend some time with ONTC in a work session and come up with some estimates. And so this is the source of those estimates. So effectively, privately developed projects on the nation, they're competing with projects that are off-nation in energy procurements. They're responding to utilities and bidding on the Arizona side with taxes that are much, much, much lower. And so if a project wants to come and be competitive and be on the nation, we do have to assume that the project is going to pay dual taxation to the state, and we also need to assume that the project needs to pay a competitive tax to the Navajo Nation as well. And so, these factors, they're currently pricing projects out under the current statutes and regulations. And so I think this legislation, one of the things that it tries to accomplish is to bring some of this more into parity with the state on the Navajo Nation, bring these taxes into parity. We certainly support the nation being the only tax beneficiary, but unfortunately that's not the current regulatory world in which we live. And so we're hoping to at the very least, that the nation is, earning what the state would earn, if not more. So the current benefits of the proposed legislation in my mind are that it aims to replace the existing statutes with something simple and easy to implement. As far as developers, when we read the legislation, it's very clear for us commercially how it would function. Oh, next slide, please. Apologies. So the current draft of the legislation, it's very clear to at least commercial developers how these two types of taxes would be applied. There are two options, as Delegate Slater and Ms. Etsiti mentioned. The clarity is really important. It's important for investors. The competitiveness of the taxes is also very important for the market. Like I mentioned, projects on the nation are competing with projects that are in a regional energy market that have totally different, much lower tax liabilities. And so projects need to be able to win these procurements in order to advance, to be built, and then to bring benefits to places like the nation in the amount of lease revenue, land revenue, taxes, even equity offers. All these things, these benefits really can't be realized if we can't have a competitive tax environment here. Next slide, please. So this was mentioned, but there are currently two tax options in the tax legislation. Project owners can select a 6% tax on the gross receipts of the construction cost, and that would be upfront, or a 5% tax on the gross receipts of the sale of energy or power from the project to the utility. And we'd be reporting to ONTC on a quarterly basis what the sales would be, and then a 5% tax under the current draft is what would be levied. The Painted Desert Power Project would probably select a quarterly tax on revenues out of the two options. If you could go to the next slide. I also want to mention that the current draft of the tax, it's extremely well structured, and we certainly support more clarity, competitiveness. I would just say that there have been, different drafts that Delegate Slater has given developers the opportunity to review. Prior drafts, the intent, both in discussions with Delegate Slater and in the way we were reading the legislation at the time, was just to tax solar that was sold to the grid, or the megawatt hours. But since this is a solar plus storage tax, it kind of created this gray area of, well, if it's a solar plus storage tax, how is storage taxed? How will future developers and other companies really view this? And I think it's really important, again, to get back to the question of clarity, to have clarity in the tax. Because formally, the tax legislation didn't really tax all of the possible revenue sources of the project. So more competitive for our project would actually, and I think this definition is in the new draft of the legislation, a broader definition of what constitutes a revenue agreement for the project. So this includes all sources of revenue, anything under a power purchase agreement, under something called a tolling agreement, which sells capacity, megawatt hours, megawatts, it just doesn't matter. The revenue's all included. That gives us clarity. However, what that effectively does is it doubles the tax base that would be taxable. And so what we would request is that the tax rate be reduced. Effectively, this would bring the same amount of dollars to the nation in these two scenarios, the way that the legislation was formally written and the way that we would propose it to be written. And again, effectively, when we run out our models, these two scenarios, they bring in the same dollars to the nation. It's just the way that the taxes are structured. I also want to mention some of the other revenue streams. Next slide, please. the other revenue streams of the project that it would be bringing to the nation. The project, as mentioned, has a lease that was passed by RDC. We've also committed to payments to the chapters where the project is located. The project is also compensating impacted permittees in the area. Additionally, in my mind, the nation really stands to benefit the most as an equity partner in the project. This is something that we have briefed the investment committee on, AES and Navajo Power. And this is an additional seat at the table besides just being a landlord and a tax collector. We're also offering this equity. So that's available as well. And we could certainly get into more detailed discussions in an executive session. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to mention, of course, the job creation and construction impact of the project. The construction jobs over, we're looking at anywhere from 2 to 3 phases of the total project to be built out over a few phases. So we're looking at over 300 construction jobs per phase. At any given time, it will take about 17 to 25 people to run the facility. So those would be permanent operations jobs, and those jobs in total would bring over $100 million in direct salaries. And of course, all of these salaries, of course, we're looking to hire local labor and train them up. We are forming a workforce development consortium to ensure that the trained folks are ready to go and ready to fill the positions. And so we're really, we've really designed the project to bring as much local benefit and benefit to the nation as possible. So this concludes the piece that we wanted to share today, and I would like to pass it over to my colleagues, Brett and Clara, to see if they have any additional comments. We do have some proprietary information that we would be happy to share in an executive session if that is permitted. Otherwise, this concludes our portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele. I just wanted to add, related to that, there is a sense of urgency, and I certainly hear the Tax Commission's concerns and the delegates' concerns and leadership's concerns about making sure it's done correctly and spending more time on it. We've been working at this project since 2019, and we've worked, very collaboratively with all the players involved, explaining these things along the step of the way. And the reason for the sense of urgency is the way these projects are developed over time. There's a small window of opportunity for this particular project, and it's somewhat related to expiring tax credits that happen very soon. So there's been a lot of change in the federal landscape as it relates to renewable energy, which I'm sure all of you are quite aware of, being in the capacities that you are. So, I think for us, having clarity on this tax matter is really, really urgent. We know that we do have a lease that has been passed by RDC, however, it has not been executed by the executive branch yet. And the directive that we've been given from the executive branch is that they really need us to have tax clarity. Seemingly, we must have this tax clarity if we're going to proceed with the signing on the executive branch for that lease. So I just wanted to provide that kind of context here as well, so that you're kind of understanding why there is this urgency and why kicking the can down the road on this particular legislation in the long term isn't really helpful, not just for us and for industry, but overall for the economic environment for renewables on the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, presenters from Navajo Power. And colleagues, I'm going to open up for a queue if there's any questions. Delegate Nota?
Just one question. Speaker Curley, thank you folks for coming to the Navajo Nation Council on this issue. It appears the benefits are overwhelming. The benefits are huge to the Navajo people, and I do support what you're doing. I would just like to see that the tax aspects of this is done correctly. And the only question that I have is, you indicated you worked on this since 2019. That's 7 years almost. What's been the problem? What's been the barriers in getting this fully implemented, I guess? That's the question I have.
Thank you, Delegate, and we'll go back to the presenters.
Thank you so much for the question, sir. Yes, I think in regards to the question, in specifically the tax matter, why it's taken so long to resolve or to get to this point of the tax matter, you've had a number of changes in staffing at the Tax Commission, I think has been part of the challenge. Additionally, lack of capacity and expertise in having, and we've heard that as well, with legal expertise for taxing. And also, I think, just with the changeover in staff, the lack of quorum for commissioners, and then the lack of a legal person that can provide guidance to the Tax Commission has been a challenge for the Tax Commission for sure. So on the tax side, that's been part of the delay. On the other side, just in terms of the lease in general, the Navajo Nation process is a very, very lengthy process. The process for land withdrawal in and of itself takes a while. Of course, there's community support, chapter meetings, permittee consents, supporting chapter resolutions, getting, clearances with these communities, and then having those sit sometimes for a very lengthy amount of time within the Department of Justice for approval, which is certainly what happened with the land withdrawal and the lease. So I think once you add all of those things, it creates a very, very long development lead time. Doing a project on the nation, it's taken us 7 years to get to this point, and we still don't have clarity on some basic items. And I think that's just the nature of the way it's established. If you do a solar project off the nation, for example, you would go to the primary landowner, and you would lease or buy the land from the primary landowner. And then from that point, you would do all of the clearances, environmental clearances, all those things. On the nation, it's reversed. You must do all of those items before you get the finality of having site control. So from a developer standpoint, it's a very risky place to do business because you don't even have the assurance at the end of the day once you expend all this capital to do clearances and all this money and personnel and historic preservation, environmental, you still don't have clarity whether you're even going to have a lease in hand. Whereas outside, it's on the reverse. You get the lease or you buy the land and then you do all the other steps before then. So I hope that answers some questions, and it's just the nature of Navajo Nation statute, which was inherited in many ways from the federal statutes.
All right, thank you. Presenters and colleagues, are there any other clarifications or questions on a PowerPoint? No. Delegate Helena Nesbegay.
Oh, well, thank you for your presentation, and this is more, something like this is more effective than just talking about it, seeing it on numbers and seeing how the tax that you guys are working on and with the nation, I think, we're getting somewhere with that. And thank you for coming out to my region for helping a lot of my constituents out there and that are really in the remote area. And you're making your way out there to help them. I really appreciate it. So that's how much I'll say. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
All right, thank you. Delegate Helena Nesbegay and colleagues, are there any other questions before we move on to the next presenters? No? Okay, thank you. And then just be on standby. I know there was that request for that executive session as well, but I'll leave that up to Vice Chair Slater too as well. Next, we do have NTEC. And if you do have presentations, PowerPoint slides, if you can get that to us beforehand. We do have staff that is up here, so if you do have a flash drive or any handouts, please give that to the staff and we can set that up beforehand. Okay, thank you for being here. NTEC, if you could state your name, title, and also your enterprise, so we can keep that in the record. And then you can be followed by your presentation.
Oh, yeah, good morning. My name is Michelle Henry. I'm the project manager for NTUA Generation. And since the Canadian Shlom, but I was just changed, not quite net, originally from Red Valley, Arizona. And thank you for having us and presenting our perspective and our view. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Arash Nathan Walaminishe, Tohai Glini Nishle, Persian Clan Bashashin, Kia Ani Dashache, Persian Clan Nationali. I am now a consultant for NTUA Generation, previously Deputy General Manager of NTUA Generation, but now I work as a consultant for NTUA Generation and NTUA.
Yate Shnantai, Yate Shelcha, Sinch Done. Sheya net or the net Hachinishle, as she bashes chin, Tsinajin the Shache, Todichin the Chanelle, Aro Martin Ashley, Eshe, Aro NTUA Panashnish, government liaison, that no, a Shananish not Koyat Engadini Dolech. Mr. Mwalami has asked me to start off, and I wanted to, earlier, the presentations that were provided, and just a little bit background information. I've worked 39 years for the Navajo Nation government, and out of those 39 years, the last 12 years of my work with the Navajo Nation government, I was the executive director for the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. So earlier, when the discussions were taking place, I was listening out. I was listening out to try to hear some of the reason why we're here is that there's a legislation before you. There's an amendment to Title 24 of the Navajo Nation Tax Code. So all the taxes, all the tax statutes are under Title 24. And under Title 24, the first chapter, it's called a Uniform Tax Administration Statute. UTAS is the acronym. And in UTAS, there's a portion that has definitions. And in the definitions, there's one that describes, it says person. And in that definition of person, what it does is it exempts the Navajo Nation government and its enterprises. So I want to kind of just share that with you. So with that exemption, and that's the reason why we're here before you, is that this legislation, it's deleting the possessory interest tax, the business activity tax, and the sales tax. It's taking that out. So that's what I want to kind of open up this discussion to, just to let you know that this legislation before you is deleting those taxes. The possessory interest tax is actually it's a property tax. It's a tax on the assessed market value of the facility that's put in place. So we're exempting that in this legislation. So, you know, if this wasn't exempted, you know, other businesses, you know, that are not enterprises of the Navajo Nation, they would be subject to that. And so that's why in this particular legislation, that's being deleted. And the business activity tax is another one that would be subject to other non-enterprise businesses. And so that's being exempted as well. That's being deleted in this legislation. And of course, the sales tax is applicable to everybody, even the enterprises. So that is also being taken out, and in the tax that's being in its place, the tax that's being proposed is the reduction. Instead of 6%, it's going to be 5% on the construction activity of any large-scale solar project. And then another tax that's being imposed with this legislation before you is the 5% of the generation. So that's what's before you. I just wanted to give that overview, from my understanding as a former Navajo Nation employee and being familiar with this, the tax laws of the Navajo Nation. So that's what's before you. So I just wanted to at least give that overview and start our discussion along that line. And with that, I'll turn that over to Arsh.
Oh, there we go. All right, great. And first off, thank you to Delegate Slater for the overview, and Ms. Ed City and the folks and staff at Navajo Power for giving that presentation. I think, just thus far, you see how, I think one of the takeaways you see is that this is it's a complex issue, right? It's not just black and white, it's a complex issue. And I know that the goal and the language within this legislation is specific to the solar tax, right? We're talking specifically about solar and battery storage and, avenues of, even the playing field, the intent to keep the ratepayers of the Navajo Nation as low as possible for their electric rates. Those things are all important issues. I think when you talk about the solar tax, though, as much as we just want to focus on just the solar tax itself here, I think holistically, when you talk about a solar project on the Navajo Nation, one of the big revenue streams for the Navajo Nation is on the lease revenue. So, NTUA has constructed 3 successful projects, and how the nation has previously, through those projects, has previously accrued the benefit or gotten a revenue stream is through the lease payments. So that's a critical component that we have to, that is not going to be directly addressed in the legislation because it's more of an administrative function. But it's important to understand that if we don't have uniformity or an understanding on the lease rates, then we're going to have issues when it comes to trying to assess uniformity on the solar tax side as well. And what I mean by that is, for example, right now, NTUA for its Red Mesa and Cameron projects, we pay $415 per acre per year once it goes into operation. And if you have another project that has a lower rate, then you're going to have a discrepancy that's going to cause issues when you talk about competing projects there. So I think that's an important issue that I know we have to figure that out because that is part of development of projects. And it does tie into this conversation regarding solar tax and how to address the uniformity in making sure that these are all projects that are viable, but also, we have to take that into account when we're talking about these projects. Okay. As I mentioned, NTUA has constructed 3 successful projects. Kayenta 1 solar project, which went into operation in 2017. And that project, all of the energy that's generated from that project is consumed on the Navajo Nation. Okay, so all of that green energy, that energy goes back into the NTUA electric grid, and that's powering up homes on the Navajo Nation. Okay. Kayenta 2 went into operation in 2019, and once again, that power from that project as well, all of that energy is going back into the Navajo Nation. Okay, so those are 2 unique projects in that the projects are located on the Navajo Nation and the energy is being consumed on the Navajo Nation. Okay, so that's the distinction between Red Mesa, for example, for our project is a project where we're actually exporting energy off the nation. Okay, so it's a different type of project. So I think that's another important distinction is when we talk about types of projects, is it an export project where the energy is being consumed off the nation, or is it a project where we're building on the Navajo Nation and providing the energy to residents and businesses on the Navajo Nation? And I did send some edits to the proposed amendments to Delegate Slater to address that issue, to understand the importance of, providing power to our own people. Okay. As it relates to the actual solar tax itself, what we did previously, if you look at the last page of the handout, this is, working with Delegate Slater, I know he spent quite a bit of time and countless hours on trying to understand what our current layout is and what the best methodology is moving forward. But one of the exercises that we did go through is, we have a case study, Red Mesa Tapaha Solar Project, right? Because that project is in operation and that project is on the Navajo Nation. So what we did on that project is it went into operation in March of 2023. And what we try to highlight in this case study is essentially what are the benefits to the Navajo, what's the cost of the project, what is the benefits to the Navajo Nation through sales tax, through transmission right-of-way revenue, through lease payments, and other payments that an entity like NTUA would provide under the current tax code right now. Okay, so you kind of see how that's all broken down. But essentially, the bottom line is, when you look at that project in its current, as it was built, the cost of the project for construction was about $106 million. Okay, NTUA is paying about $73.6 million in interest over the life of the project. Okay, so we have to pay that back because we borrow the money. As far as the Navajo Nation is concerned, what the Navajo Nation's benefits for that project, we've paid $4,374,481 in sales tax through construction. We paid the transmission right-of-way of $646,000. And we're expected to pay $5,846,268 over the initial term of the lease. Okay, so if you can see those, the two main revenue drivers under our current structure is the lease payments and the sales tax on the construction. Okay. There's also community benefits and other payments through wages that the nation gets through taxes. Okay. So if you look at the total benefits to that project, we talk about the total benefits that we can pretty much estimate comfortably is about $13.2 million to the Navajo Nation. Okay. NTUA's benefits for that project is about $11.1 million. Okay, so that's the current structure that has been successful in our projects thus far. What we did compare that to is a scenario with an outside developer with pit and bat applied. Okay, we understand that the pit and bat are essentially a significant adder for projects. Now, we can't determine, our modeling is different from other developers or outside developers, so we can't provide inputs for that information as far as how they accrue their benefits and how they finance their projects and how they get their tax credits and whatnot. Okay, so that's what we just did on the second scenario. And the last scenario is outside developer for, with the current proposed model right now. Okay, we only did one of the models. We just did the 6% on the construction costs. But what we looked at is the various avenues, with the, if there is a reduced rate for outside developers of lease payments, that's a significant difference than what the Navajo Nation entity pays, because we pay $415 per acre per year, and we can only base it off of legislation. The current legislation for outside developers shows a rate of $65 per acre per year. So that's a loss to the nation of about $5 million in revenue through lease payments. And then I think another important thing that Ms. Edsity will probably have interest in is when we talk about taxes and taxes on equipment and materials, right? One of the key determining factors of whether a tax is applicable to the state or to the Navajo Nation is the point of sale, right? So if there is a sale that's conducted off the Navajo Nation, right? Let's say that the modules, the solar panels are purchased off the Navajo Nation and that sale technically occurs off the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation does not get any type of sales tax revenue for that transaction, okay? And you look at equipment for solar projects, they're the majority of the cost of the project, Okay, the construction cost is much less than the actual materials on the project. Okay, so it's important to distinguish and understand that, we have to make sure that when we have developers that develop on the nation, we make it a point as an enterprise to say, hey, we need the transaction to occur on the Navajo Nation so that the nation can get the tax revenue for the equipment and materials, to make sure that the point of sale is on the Navajo Nation so the tax goes back to the Navajo Nation. Okay, but like I said, we have to clear those things out because there is a possibility that that transaction could occur off the nation and those materials are brought on, and that wouldn't be taxed, and that would reduce the tax obligation and tax benefit to the nation within that scenario. Okay, so this is just kind of an overview of kind of the project benefits. I think the bottom line there is we're just showing this is what worked for us as an enterprise, as an entity of the Navajo Nation, in having successful projects. Whether or not it works for other folks or whether or not the other outside developers can handle the pit or bat or any other scenario, we don't have their model, so we can't make that assumption, or we don't really know. Okay, but this is how our projects have succeeded or been successful. And the big goal there is to say, hey, well, we would either appreciate if the current model stays intact, or if there's some possible relief for Navajo Nation entities on some of these taxes so that we can apply the benefits across possibly to communities or whatnot in the future. But that's kind of how we've structured this presentation. The other thing on the second slide or the second page when it says pros and cons of Navajo Nation owned projects, one of the big drivers for previous leadership and previous councils is, and this was really pushed in the 23rd and 24th councils, is we want projects that are owned, that the Navajo Nation entities have equity in, right? We want projects that are Navajo Nation owned, whether it be through the government, through enterprises, through entities, or whatnot. We want to have equity in our projects. And one of the big drivers back then was when we talk about the closures of the Navajo Generating Station and Four Corners Generating Station and the associated mines. At the end of the day, the nation didn't have any ownership in those projects, right? So we didn't have the same seat at the table as the owners at the end of the day. So one of the big drivers was say, hey, let's, NTUA or Navajo Nation entities, we want you guys to have majority ownership in these projects so you can control the destiny of these projects and move them forward in a way that best suits the Navajo Nation. Now, I'm not saying that outside developers wouldn't do that or anybody else wouldn't do that, but, at the end of the day, the Navajo Nation entities have oversight through certain subcommittees. Okay. So this is just a slide overall of kind of the benefits overall or comparison as far as projects with the Navajo Nation as a landlord only versus the Navajo Nation entity-controlled projects or Navajo Nation government-controlled projects. In both situations, you're going to have lease income, right? So both situations, you're going to have when the nation's a landlord, they will receive a lease payment. And when the Navajo Nation entity is the owner of the project, the nation still gets a lease payment. You'll still get construction tax revenue in both situations. With the Navajo Nation, with the current statutes, with the Navajo Nation as a landlord, you would also get the pit and bat taxes, correct? With the current law, you would not get it from the Navajo Nation entities. There's an exemption right now in the law for that. Okay. One of the big advantages the profits is retained within the Navajo Nation entity itself. You talk about, I'm just going to use NTUA because that's who I represent. But we're an enterprise of the nation. We have almost 99% of our staff is Navajo, and we provide services to Navajo. So as an owner of the project, the profits or the margin on the projects, our shareholders are pretty much our customers. So when we derive a profit for a project, let's say it's $1 million profit for a project, whatever it may be, that profit goes back into the utility itself because NTUA is the parent company. Okay, so our shareholders is NTUA, and obviously NTUA works to provide the utility services for the Navajo Nation. Okay, as I mentioned, Navajo Nation control over project operations. Currently, our 3 projects are 100% owned by NTUA and its subsidiaries, so we have 100% control over our projects. We're 100% owners, so we can decide how those projects move forward and how they don't. And the other thing is certainty of entity accountability at the end of a life of a project. So, NTUA and other, I'm just going to speak for NTUA, we're a developer, but we also intend to retain ownership of our projects. Okay? I can't speak to say if other developers will keep ownership through the life of the project or not, or if that's the intent. But in many instances, those projects are sold to third parties, and that's part of the business of developing projects. We have a different business model. Our business model was to hold on to the projects because we're here to represent the Navajo Nation and our customers, and the benefits to those projects go directly back to our customer base. So we want to have ownership of those projects. We don't want to sell it to a third party. Okay? And then, of course, just sovereign self-determination, right? So, as part of the nation being its own, sovereignty, as I mentioned with previous councils, the big deal was, hey, let's exercise our sovereignty by owning the projects, not just being landlords to the project. So that is just kind of a breakdown of the pros and cons of, from our perspective, of Navajo Nation-owned projects. Obviously, we feel strongly that the nation should have a majority ownership in those projects, and there should be some, relief or benefit as a component of getting that majority ownership of those projects overall. And lastly, we just have a letter here from the General Manager, Walter Haas. Unfortunately, so he has quarterly meetings with staff with our different district offices. So he is actually meeting with the Fort Defiance and Crown Point district offices today and into our headquarters, so he's not able to attend today's meeting. But he did draft a letter. This is from him for your review and for your comment if you have any questions from him overall. Okay. And with that, I stand for any questions, and first I want to give it to Michelle to see if she has any other comments. Yeah, and I think actually, let me just add, the last thing I did is, like, as I mentioned, I did provide some edits, or we did provide some edits to delegates later. One of the things that we're looking at is, if a project is built on the nation and if the energy is being consumed by the Navajo Nation residents and businesses, we also think there should be some relief in taxes in that situation. And the reason being is essentially, and it's going to be a little more technical, but the bottom line is it would be dual tax, because if you build a project on the Navajo Nation and it assumes construction cost taxes as well, it's going to be paying the 5% for the actual building of the project. Let's say it's a $100 million project, there's $5 million in construction taxes. At the end of the day, that power is being used by our customers, right? So our customers are paying for that power. They're paying their bill, and they're paying the Navajo Nation another 6% of taxes. So the nation is going to get the 5% on the construction, and then they're also going to get the 6% at the end use when they pay their bill. So we don't want to add that 5% into the cost of the power when we sell it to them. So we think that it would be in a way of a dual taxation situation for our Navajo NTUA customers. And when I say Navajo customers, it's not just NTUA. This would apply to Continental Divide if they do a project, or if someone provides power to Continental Divide, Hemes Electric, it doesn't matter. We're not saying it's just NTUA. We're saying if you do a project on the nation and providing that power to the nation, then that project should have some relief from this tax. Okay. And with that, stand for any questions.
And again, thank you for that presentation. And colleagues, I'm going to open up the floor if you do have any questions. Okay, all right, thank you, presenters. And then we have one more presentation by NTEC. Oh, Delegate Helena Naabik'iyati.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the presentation. And yesterday I had a meeting with Antelope Point, and I think you guys provide the solar to Antelope Point by Fichi. You guys don't? Okay. Because there was some issues that arise over there, so that's what I was going to ask you some questions about that. But even within Lichi, the community of Lichi, there's a solar project that's happening, and it's in kind of in a residential area, and it's by NTUA. I really disagree with what's going on because the family's bit is being divided. So, and this been going on for about maybe now about 5 years, maybe going on to 5 years. So I've been asking about this project with NTUA, and Shanala, Mr. Ashley, knows about this. And it's been brought to my attention again yesterday. So it's really a headache to hear about this and to see the family not to talk to one another. And to see the family argue at the chapter meetings. You know, with the other solar projects, I don't know how you guys got the consent to do the solar plants there. Maybe it's in a non-residential area, but maybe with this one of a family members still herd sheep there. And even though she's not a permit holder, whatever that was given to her by her parent, and her parents are deceased, and that's what she carries on to this day. And she's not considered. And that's, and she's the only one, I think, that goes out there every day to tend to her sheep, and she has a home site lease there. And yesterday, it was brought to my attention that they found a burial site there, but that's not going to stop NTUA, she says. All they told me is that they're just going to fence it in and they're going to continue on. So I don't know how we can handle this. All I request for is maybe it can be relocated to where it's not a residential area. You know, we divided the family, and that really hurts me as their leader from one community. I know you guys don't hear about it. You guys don't see it. If someone starts throwing words at you, you guys can easily just walk out and not hear again. But I'm from there. I'm their council delegate, and I hear it all the time. So I'm not taking sides, but it's just that both sides are not agreeing to something like this. So that's what I want to bring to your attention, and somehow we need to work this out. So that's all I want to ask of you. That's it, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate Helena Nesbitt, for that comment. And colleagues, are there any else or any other questions? No, I don't see any. Thank you again, NTUA. We'll move on to the next presenters. Okay, there's no PowerPoint for this presentation, so I'll turn the floor over to NTEC.
Yate, members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, Speaker. My name is Arvin Trujillo, and I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Four Corners region for the Navajo Transitional Energy Company. And we're going to be talking about the solar tax legislation. And NTEC is currently working on a solar project as part of the NAV Energy Hub project, which is a conglomerate of different energy projects on the reclaimed area of Navajo Mine. The solar project is one component of that overall project. And again, the efforts of NTEC to bring clarity, as the two previous presentations have talked about, is something that we're wanting to work towards with the nation as we move forward with our efforts here. And so with that brief introduction, say, since the Kadin Shle, Betani Ebashichin, Ado Ashin Tashiro, Nakadine Tashinala. I call home Nanzad, but my mother used to always correct me, said, hey, you're from Nkaria, but I grew up at Nanzad. So again, that's who I am, and I'd like to turn it over to Cassandra.
Good morning, everyone. At least it's morning for a few more minutes. My name is Cassandra Brandt. I work for the Navajo Transitional Energy Company as an engineer in the Generation and Transmission Division. My responsibilities include being project manager for our solar projects as well as anything data center related. So I just wanted to talk with you a little bit about this important topic of solar taxation. NTEC has been actively working to pursue solar projects on reclaimed mine land. I think we've submitted RFPs for approximately 8 projects and haven't been able to be successful in any of those bids. Those projects range in size from anything from 80 to 240 megawatts, some with battery, some without. But in spite of our efforts, we just haven't been able to get anything. It was identified earlier on that pit and bat would be showstoppers for some of these projects. So that was something that we looked at as far as their overall cost of the projects. As you guys are aware, these projects are becoming increasingly sensitive to some of the things that have been coming out. Things with the OBBB that came out, including when construction starts, as well as some of the extents of the tariffs that have been brought into place have also really impacted things. Transmission plays an overall, part in the overall cost for some of these, as well as lease payments, which was referenced earlier on in some of the discussions you guys listened to. And of course, putting these projects on reclaimed mine land also has some challenges associated to it. All of these factors roll up into our financial models, and they can definitely impact things. The U.S. market is also seeing a big shift in things that they haven't really seen, and it's becoming kind of a balancing act when you're looking at the overall parts and pieces of everything. Overall, NTEC believes that the taxes that are being proposed are going to help things. They'll be able to bring folks to the table and be able to develop some solar on Navajo land, which will ultimately provide taxes and revenue for the nation. So we believe that these proposals should be beneficial, and we're going to continue to work on these, but again, understanding that sometimes there's different parts that come into the sensitivities of what we're trying to do as far as the overall plan for the NAV Energy Hub with respect to solar plus battery. And that's all I have at the moment.
And does that conclude? Okay, that does conclude their presentation from NTEC. Colleagues, are there any other questions for NTEC? Or if there's any? No. All right, I don't see any questions out there. So again, thank you, NTEC. And we'll turn the floor back over to Vice Chair Slater. That did complete all of the presentations. Or-
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess it's right now 11:52, and I would like to ask my colleagues if it'd be possible for us to meet in an executive session with our staff invited, and then the members of the Commercial Law Development Program, the Minerals Office, DOJ, any other Navajo Nation entities like the Tax Commission. Well, our commissioner who is here still, maybe not. If he comes back, he's welcome. Missit City, to talk about a few things related to the presentations that we had today. And maybe there might be questions that folks wanted to ask but didn't know how to ask them. So I don't know, I kind of present that to my colleagues right now for an opportunity to have a little bit of a debrief and talk about some things that we've discussed the last couple of days. If not, I'm happy to meet with anyone one-on-one or to meet in a group setting with some of the entities that I just identified. So I'll leave that to you, Speaker, on how you'd like to decide whether to do that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. And there's that option for my colleagues here to enter into executive session. We can meet here in the South Conference Room. However, Vice Chair Slater also stated if you don't want to be in executive session, then you can have that one-to-one discussion with him. Are there any objections to an executive session? No? Vice Chair Slater, we do have some colleagues that are joining us via Zoom. I don't know how we could handle that as well. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you. I mean, I guess to me, I think it would just be appropriate to excuse everyone except for who I just said from the chambers at this point, because we can just wrap up at the end of the meeting, wrap up the meeting, or we could end the meeting now and just close it. I don't know what you're comfortable with, but I'm not sure there's enough seating in either of the conference rooms, and I'd rather people be comfortable to hear some of these things. But if we stay in here, then the Zoom link, we can just confine it and close it to colleagues who are on the line.
right, colleagues, so we can enter that executive session. Vice Chair Slater did state that it will be comprised of only the Navajo departments. And is there anyone else? Vice Chair Slater? That's it, okay.
Oh, sorry, the Navajo departments and then the groups that have been, well, it's the Commercial Law Development Program at the Department of Commerce, and we have a couple of them who are still going to be here for another potentially hour, so I think it'd be good to just get a little debrief from the last couple of days and hear about things that have come up.
Okay, and then we also have DOJ, and then some other commissioners are also joining us via Zoom, as well the Tax Commission and some delegates. So we'll identify those, and then we'll send them a separate link for the executive session. So at this time, I'm going to call for a recess for we are setting up all the new links. So let's go take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back in here.
Testing, mic test, test. For which one? Mic test? Mic test, checking 1, 2, 3. Okay, did he hear me? Now? Mic check. 1, 2, mic check. Now? Mic check. Mic check.
like oil and gas or minerals.
towards of our end of our agenda, we are on, it's a combination of number 4 and 5. We talked about many of the challenges, solutions, and also clarity that's needed within the legislation. And next steps, we'll give that to Vice Chair Slater. I know there are certain amendments that do need to take place. Vice Chair Slater?
Thank you, Speaker. So, I've circulated the amendments that have been developed thus far, and that is to help educate my colleagues on what evolution has taken place and what the different concerns are, so that you all have the ability to influence it and think through how to solve these issues. Like I just shared, I think there's some substantial work that will be done in the next couple of weeks. I'm hoping maybe by the end of next week. Excuse me. Eating and talking at the same time does not agree with me. That we'll have something more substantial for everyone to review. One of the attorneys at DOJ is not in the office this week, so we need to get back with her. And I think there's a way to bifurcate the path where we can potentially delay implementation of some of the taxes to allow projects that need to move forward quickly and potentially sign power purchase agreements by the end of the year to work with the nation on that and accomplish that without tying all future projects into whatever that exact regime will be, because it's a compressed timeline and there's unique circumstances, et cetera. So, Speaker, it's my hope that we will be able to present this by the end of the month. And colleagues, I guess I'll be emailing you about meetings when they come forth, but it just takes a lot of talking through things and developing outlines in order to have something that's cogent for you to review. So I don't want to waste any of your time with all of those things, and I'll try to carry some of that lift by putting on the shoulders of all the people who are sitting in this room looking at me. No, I was kidding. So I think if that's acceptable to you, Speaker, we can do that. I don't know if you want to assign like a staff assistant to monitor that could report back to you, or if colleagues have other asks on how we can move forward. I just think it's important to stay nimble and not have the group be too big, but we need voices there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. With that request, we can identify a staff to be a part of that movement of this legislation. So we can provide that through email on who can be the potential contact. And back to Chair Ricky Ness.
Thank you, Speaker, for scheduling this work session that we requested back during the summer session. And I do appreciate Delegate Slater having a conversation with him and how we need to allow NTEC, NTUA, Navajo Tax Commission, Navajo Power to participate in this. And it is only fair that we hear from everybody. And I know some of our colleagues are on the call, but this would be the deciding factor as to when this legislation will come back before the council. And I think it was great that we had this conversation to hear from our enterprises as well as the tax commission. And what we had just heard also in the executive session, but we see as a nation, the great Navajo nation, how we depended for so long on coal and power plants. And it brought much blessings to communities. And I often wonder what it was like for the 88 delegates and how much money was being brought in and how they blessed their communities with different projects. And then NGS, Navajo Generating Station, shut down as well as Kayenta Mine over there. And it just subtracted from the revenue that the nation used to get. And I think as a Navajo people, we're a very proud people. We can handle and understand what it means to be resilient. We have gotten so used to having a poor economy. I see how myself, I grew up without running water or electricity. And a lot of our people are still without water and electricity. And we always hear some adverse comments, stigmas about how the nation's government is not doing much to improve the living conditions on the Navajo Nation. But I also think that the federal government is part to blame for not funding or even respecting the Treaty of 1868 between the Navajos and the federal government. As far as education, the judicial system, the health systems, and we're always trying to find ways to generate revenue. And what little we get, we have gotten used to just working with what little money we have as a nation. And still yet, I'm very proud of our young people. I have 4 kids, and they all went to college, graduated from college, and I talk to them about how important it is to stay in school. And I'm glad that our children see that there is a way to get out of poverty through education. If we can put more money into the education part of our nation as a whole, we could help our children to become highly educated. And perhaps someday, as some do, come back to make a contribution to the Navajo Nation, to not only ameliorate the government, but in certain departments as well. And I always get a lot of questions asked as to why we don't fund students with more scholarships. And I think this is probably the area where we need to have our focus. But in the meantime, as I was saying, I grew up without water and electricity. And when I go back to the chapters, I'll always let them know that somewhere on this 27,000 square mile Navajo Nation, there's a road being paved. Someone's getting water, someone's getting electricity. Veterans are getting help, students are getting funded. There's some sort of development and improvement going on the Navajo Nation. We may not be able to fund everything, but it gets done slowly, but for sure there's an improvement happening. And I just want to say thank you to all of you that were here this morning, just listening and trying to figure out ways and what to do, what the next steps would be to vote on this legislation 0051-25. And I'm sure that our colleagues will make a decision. And just keep moving forward. So with this, I just want to say thank you to all of you staff that are here working for the Navajo Nation as well, even from the Department of Justice, the Tax Commission, our legislative staff here, and everybody else that is here. Rowena, your shop over there, certainly appreciate everybody. So this is all I wanted to say, and just sitting here absorbing all the information and what we need to do next. And God bless each and every one of you. Ekehe.
Thank you, Chair Riquinez. And colleagues, are there any other closing thoughts? So we started this work session at close to 9:20. So thank you again, colleagues, for being here today. There's going to be a amendment that will be presented with this legislation. Vice Chair Slater did state that if there's any particular question or issues, feel free to talk with him, and he'll be more than helpful to explain. And we also have documentation that was presented from NTEC, also Navajo Power, and an oral presentation from NTEC. So those will be, if there's any copies or additional copies that are needed, feel free to get with our staff during that time. And again, this legislation will move forward on to Navajo Nation Council. And thank you again for DOJ and our own legal counsel and our partners that are here this afternoon, this morning for this legislation, this work session. With that, I don't see anybody else in queue for any other recommendations. And that will be concluding our work session for today. So again, thank you, colleagues, and we will adjourn here at 1:13 p.m.